We are coming to you from the city beautiful Chicago, Illinois, where this afternoon WGN Sports presents White Sox baseball. As Paul Konerko, Adam Dunn, Hector Santiago, and the Sox as they get set to butt heads with Jason Kipnis, Nick Swisher, and the Cleveland Indians. Hi, everybody, and welcome. With Steve Stone, I'm Ken Harrelson as we get set to bring you Game 2 of this four-game set. As you know, in the opener last night, you may or may not know, we lost that ball game 14-3. But you know, we played these Indians 14 times this year, and in the 14 games, we have won 2 of them. We were 1-6 here at this ballpark, and one of the reasons being they've got some guys that love to hit here.
They got a lot of guys that love to hit here, but 3 guys just absolutely kill our ball club. One of them is Jason Kipnis. He's done everything right this year overall, but against us, he's looked like Superman. Michael Bourne's another one of the guys, had a couple of hits last night, and he also has been unbelievable. And Ryan Rayburn continues to hit our ball club, not only here, but whatever uniform he's wearing, wherever he is. And so when you take a look at what they've done, you'll see Kipnis at 443, Bourne at 417, and Rayburn at 315. So these Indians have been red hot against us, but hopefully today we can derail them slightly.
Well, the man that's going to try to derail them slightly is Hector Santiago.
Santiago goes to the mound, and he's undefeated lifetime against the Indians, but he's faced them one time this year, and it wasn't pretty. His ERA this year is over 19. The last couple of times out, he's gotten to the 100-pitch mark a little more quickly than he would like. And so this is a guy that has great stuff. He's got to learn how to harness it. You see what he's done lifetime. His ERA up close to 5 in 8 appearances. This is his 4th start against him, and hopefully today he'll have pretty good stuff, because Danny Salazar, the promising young right-hander, is going to the mound for the Indians.
All right, sit back, relax, and strap it down. White Sox baseball coming your way. Chicago White Sox baseball is brought to you by Miller Lite. It's not just a good time, it's Miller time. By Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer or go to shophonda.com for current offers. By AT&T. Find out what's possible with products and services from AT&T. Rethink possible. And by Ford. Proud sponsor of your Chicago White Sox. Check out America's freshest lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com.
One of the more forgettable games of the 2013 season, one that Robin Ventura found very difficult to watch. Yet he doesn't view that game as anything more than just a poor effort on a bad night.
It's an ugly game. I think every team has one of those games during the year that nothing goes right. So and explaining it after the game, it's not fun to sit through, watch anything, and that's all I look at it as. I don't take it as a worldview.
Right, but when you see guys and plays that should be made, base running that should be done differently, as a baseball man, it's got to irk you.
Yeah, I think anytime you lose that way, it irks you. But again, with it being wet and putting guys in different positions and doing stuff, things are going to happen. But once it was already out of hand, you're kind of trying to limit guys' playing time, and you're moving guys around.
It's Friday the 13th. That means it's time to beat the Indians. So we'll be back with the lineups and today's first pitch after these messages. Your home for the most live sports. Today's game's available in Spanish on your SAP audio setting. It's provided by 97.5 FM ESPN Deportes, Chicago's first and only FM Spanish language sports radio station. It's a beautiful day for baseball. 58 degrees here at U.S. Cellular Field. Just absolutely a gorgeous day, and let's take a look at how Terry Francona is going to line up his Indians today. Michael Bourne's going to lead it off. Then it's Nick Swisher, Jason Kipnis, who's been unbelievable against our Sox. And it's Santana, Rayburn, Cabrera, Brantley, Aviles, and Drew Stubbs playing right field and hitting ninth. The White Sox defense is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. It's Viciedo, Garcia, and Danks in the outfield with Gillespie, Ramirez, Semien, and Canerco in the infield. Brian Anderson gets a nod behind the plate. And Hector Santiago on the hill looking for his 5th win. ERA still more than respectable at 3.44. This is his 22nd start of the year. Last couple of times out, he's gotten to 100 pitches. One time in the 4th inning, the next time in the 5th inning. So that's something that he's got to be aware of today. The umpires for the game this afternoon: Jeff Kellogg behind the plate, Eric Cooper's at first, Chad Fairchild is at second, and Paul Schreiber is at third. And so the Indians very much in this wild card race, a game and a half back. New York Yankees 1 game back. So it's going to be tough and tight all the way down to the wire. And as they throw the ball around the infield, we're ready to play baseball, and I'm ready to turn it over to my play-by-play partner, Ken Harrelson.
All right, Stoney, thank you. And once again, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to White Sox baseball right here over WGN Sports. So happy you could join us for game 2 of this 4-game set. Center fielder Michael Bourne gets set to lead it off against our 25-year-old southpaw, and Hector's first pitch of the ball game. The attempted bunt foul straight back. Bourne comes in hitting at 265 homers, 43 knocked in. He was 2 for 4 last night with an RBI. Very quickly, the count 0-2. Indians come in hitting at .252 as a club with a 3.96 ERA. Indians 33-38 on the road, 45-30 at Progressive Field. And that's up high.
Danks and Garcia very shallow in right and center field respectively. And Bourne has some fairly decent power.
Just does get a piece of that one. And here at the ballpark, 330 down the left field line, 335 down the right field line, 375 in the gaps, and 400 straightaway center. .57 degrees as we speak. Well, what a contrast and a turnaround in the last couple of days.
Well, a couple of games against Detroit, 7 o'clock at night was 90 degrees with high humidity, and now it's in the 50s.
Very quickly, can't get him. At good speed of Michael Bourne. He has 22 stolen bases.
Nothing that Alexi can do on this one. And that's one of the things that if Leury Garcia is watching Bourne, realizing that with that kind of speed, and Garcia does possess it, you got to hit the ball on the ground, because if you hit it in the hole, there's no shortstop in either league going to throw you out.
Here's Swisher. He got these guys started last night with one out in the first inning. Cranked out his 18th homer. Takes first pitch strike.
Swisher much better from the right side. He's a switch hitter, hitting .289 as a right-hand hitter. That is his natural side.
Change up. Turned it over. And the count 0-2. Swish 2 for 6 last evening with that homer and 3 RBIs. As we mentioned at the top, this is the 15th meeting of the year between these two teams. In the first 14, they have won 12 of them. That's obscene.
Well, it's basically what the Tigers have done to them is what they have done to our ball club. Tigers beat them 15-4 this year in their season series. And without that, if they just had played them even up, they would be knocking at the door and leading the wild card race, but it doesn't happen that way.
Turns that one over, misses. One and 2 the count. Outfield, about equidistant, swung around to the left. Two and 2.
Swisher has grounded into 8 double plays, which isn't a high total. He's been to bat 489 times, but he hits a lot of fly balls. And he strikes out a lot. It's not conducive to double plays.
Just did get a piece of that fastball.
Indians spent some money this year on free agent contracts to Swisher and Bourne. And it's worked out pretty well for them.
Well, the kid's done a good job as a GM over there, Antonetti.
Well, he learned under Mark Shapiro for a lot of years. He was his assistant. Now they moved Mark upstairs, put Chris Antonetti in the chair. And a couple of deals he's made have been just of the outstanding variety. The Yan Gomes trade with Toronto was absolutely brilliant.
Sort of gave that one away, but it missed, and the count goes full.
Jason Kipnis hitting .443 in our ballpark this year in the on-deck circle.
And that changeup just did get a piece of it.
If he was able to get it by him, it could have very easily been a strike him out, throw him out, because Bourne, not wanting to get picked off, got a late start. So Terry Francona gambling that Swisher is going to make some contact.
And once again, the payoff pitch. So trouble of brewing. Had him 0-2, and now 2 men on, nobody out. So here's Kipnis. Jason at .283, 2 for 2 last night with a couple of RBIs. He has 17 homers, 78 knocked in. Takes first pitch, fastball, strike.
Kipnis from Northbrook always plays in front of a lot of friends and family when he comes to town.
Some guys can do it, and other guys have trouble doing that.
Yeah, a lot of guys feel a lot of pressure playing, especially in front of a lot of the guys they grew up with and played with. That's so Kipnis.
Breaking ball. That evens the count at 1.
But with nobody out here in the first inning, Hector Santiago is at the 17 pitch mark. The last couple of times out, the bullpen has been used and used liberally.
One and two. Santana, one of 3 switch hitters in this lineup, on deck. And the 2-2 pitch. He gone. Big out.
Kipnis didn't like the call, but it was a pretty good pitch. He just got outguessed. Take a look at where 5 appears. He had the whole plate. And strikeout looking.
So here's Santana. Carlos comes in at .265, 18 homers and 65 knocked in. 1 for 4 last evening with an RBI.
A lot like Swisher, Santana much more destructive from the right side, hitting .302 as opposed to .246 left-handed. Overall having a pretty decent year, but can really sting the ball right-handed.
Curveball, strike. Other action today will show Detroit at home against Kansas City. And Kansas City wants to stay in this race. They've got to have a good series.
And it's going to be Bruce Chen, I believe, that's going to
Chen
kick it
on the
off
bump.
for them.
That's good enough for me.
Brad Mills almost was taken out early in this game as Santana rifled it. And Brad Mills, their third base coach, longtime coach of the Boston Red Sox under Terry Francona, able to get out of the way.
Yeah, Cy Chen against Verlander. Turns that one over, misses. Tampa Bay taking on the Twinkies at Target Field. Archer against Correa.
Chris
Yankees
Archer
and the Red Sox teeing it up in Fenway.
Chris Archer originally came out of this Cleveland Indian organization.
Two and two. So with 2 on, 1 out. Next pitch will be number 25. Big series down at Arlington. Oakland taking on the Rangers. Straley against Holland. And that one chopped down at the plate.
Well, it's a huge series as far as the Rangers are concerned because they don't want to get into that one and done situation, but they find themselves 3.5 games in back of Oakland. If Oakland wins 1 in that series, Texas will have 3 clicks off the schedule and be 2.5 back. If Oakland wins 2, it's the same 3 clicks, but they'll be 4.5 back, and that would be a tough hill for Texas to climb to run down the Oakland Ball Club.
Another full count.
That's what the standings look like. Down year for the Angels, the Mariners, and of course Houston, solidifying that first draft pick.
And the Angels with a tremendous amount of internal intrigue.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, too much time. Tough to throw a lot of strikes when you're taking a lot of time.
And that's completely different than what Hector was doing earlier in the season when he was working quickly. Now all of a sudden he slowed it down so much. And as you can see, he's thrown it everywhere. Not necessarily in the zone, but in, out, up, down. And you got to keep your eye closely on Bourne at second base.
Chases the bad pitch, pops it up. So Bourne's going to tag. Runners at the corners, 2 out.
Hector caught a break because that ball was a good 4 inches off the outside corner. And Santana decided to go after it.
But here comes Babe Rayburn. He was 3 for 3 last night with a homer and 5 RBIs.
For a guy that hits the ball out of the ballpark, and Rayburn does, the .380 on base percentage is pretty impressive.
Takes first pitch strike. Rayburn this year against us. Hitting at .400, 4 homers, 16 knocked in. And that's in 10 games. 0-2.
Rayburn didn't like that call, but that ball also had the outside corner.
Rayburn, lifetime against us. 283 at bats, has 17 homers, and he's knocked in 66 runs. And a lot of big runs. 1-2 the count. And what has been a very stressful inning for Hector.
And Don Cooper certainly didn't want to see 30 pitches this first inning, but that's the minimum. And Santiago will throw if he gets Rayburn out here.
Hector can pick it. And he pitches out of the first and second nobody out situation after happening a play. It's their guys nothing and our guys coming to bat.
So let's go places, and here's how Robin's going to line them up with Danks, Simeon, Ramirez at the top, Dunn, Canerco, and Garcia in the middle, and Gillespie, Viciedo, and Anderson rounded out. The defense and how they line up behind Danny Salazar, Brantley, Bourne, and Stubbs in the outfield, with Aviles, Cabrera, Kipnis, and Swisher in the infield. Carlos Santana behind the plate, and hard-throwing young Danny Salazar on the hill. He's 1-2, but his ERA a fine 2.92. Opponent's hitting just 209, which shows you just how good that straight change is. He's got a fastball anywhere from 96 to 98, and he's a good-looking young pitcher.
First pitch strike. And before we show you our picks to click you at home, select yours. Jordan hitting at 246, 3 homers, 7 knocked in. Threw that one right on by him. That one at 95.
He's got a few more miles an hour tucked in his back pocket if he needs it, but it's going to be the straight change, which he throws as almost a circle change, but it looks like a splitter. That's going to surprise a few of our hitters. He's probably going to throw anywhere in the neighborhood of 85 to 90 pitches, as they will have him on a pitch count. Talked with Mickey Callaway, their pitching coach, and they don't want to extend Salazar at the age of 23.
Well, he's 6 feet tall, 190 pounds, out of Santo Domingo.
Signed back in 2006 as one of those non-drafted free agents by the Tribe.
Start us off right. Ball 4, base hit right here, Jordan. And that's ball 4. So the leadoff walk. And right now, let's check out our picks to click this afternoon. Jim Angio, our director and crew, went with Alexi. Steve's going with Connor. And Dave Fairman, Dave Warshot, Paulie, all the great folks at Golf Club Scottsdale. We're going to go with the man at the plate right now, Marcus Semien. Marcus 2 for 3 last evening. Takes first pitch strike.
Weeks ago on September 1st at Detroit, Salazar faced the Tigers, went 6 innings, didn't give up any earned runs, gave up just 6 hits, and did something that nobody had done before and might not have done since. He struck out Miguel Cabrera 3 straight times.
Out in front of that one, hooks it high, foul.
In those 3 strikeouts, everyone was on a high fastball, everyone was on the inner portion, and everyone was 98 miles an hour.
Well, it reminds me of somebody I saw. Back on July 4th, 1995, making, I think it was his second major league start against us. The way the ball comes out of his hand, his release. And that guy's name was Mariano Rivera.
He went on to have a pretty good career.
Out number 1. Yeah, you can see how the ball comes out of his hand. You can see, and he's built a lot like Mariano.
He's got some growing to do. About 23 and a half.
So here's Ramirez hitting at 278, 4 homers, 43. Yeah, you can see that release.
But when you saw Mariano Rivera pitch and you saw him as a starting pitcher, could you have ever dreamt that he would have had the kind of career as a closer, or did you think he would stay a starter?
Well, the way he pitched against us that day, you thought he was going to be a starter. But Wimpy was my partner at the time, and I told him, I said, Wimpy, I said, what we're seeing right here is something special. I said, the ball comes out of this guy's hand. Not like a lot of other people. Unlike a lot of guys, that ball just jumps out of his hand. He went 8 innings that day, gave up 2 hits and struck out 11. No runs. So you'd have to think he was going to be a starter.
Yeah, I would think so.
And he did not have the cutter there.
No, but you know, the needs of various teams at various times will dictate where a pitcher goes and how he goes about it. And obviously they had enough starters and can buy enough starters, but they needed some pensmen.
That's out of play right side.
Salazar has a slider to go with the change, but it's got to report on him as he very rarely has both of them together. And we've seen him throw mostly fastballs. Which for any major league team is not all that challenging.
Well, there's 3 kinds of 95-mile-an-hour fastballs, or 3 kinds of 90-mile-an-hour fastballs, or 3 kinds of 92-mile-an-hour fastballs. But in the case of a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, there's one that's pretty hittable because it's straight, Not much life on it, but just good velocity. And then there's one that's a little tougher to hit because it's got a little life on it, but it's the same velocity. And then there's one you can't hardly hit because it just jumps at you. Looks like it gets about 8 or 10 feet out on the home plate, and somebody kicked it right in the behind.
Well, that's Scherzer when he's at the top of his game.
Sure.
The ball just explodes.
Sure. Yeah. We had a pitcher here a long time ago. Terry Forster had that explode. He was a left-hander. Had that exploding fastball. Wilson Alvarez had it. And there's a base hit. So Jordan will pull up at second. 1 out, 2 on.
Now, fastball after fastball. And even though that was 97, it was down. It's a lot easier to catch up to a 97 if it's right about calf high. And Alexei was able to take it the opposite way, and so a chance to break through against a young pitcher who doesn't really have his secondary pitches yet.
Well, when you got a 97-mile-an-hour fastball coming at you about knee high, you got a lot of help from gravity. When you got it coming letter high, you're fighting gravity.
No, you got a big problem, letter high or higher.
A lot easier to get it down than it is to get it up. Adam hitting at 220, 31 homers, 82 driven in. And very quickly the count 0-2. And Adam's going to have a tough time from anything from his belt up on that fastball of Salazar.
Well, you would think if you were Santana, that's where you would call one.
He wanted it up. Two down.
That's a no chance fastball. That's 97 miles an hour, and it is top of the strike zone. And for Dunn with that uppercut swing.
He cannot get that fastball from belt up.
Nope.
As here's Paulie. Now Paulie can. Different swing plane. Paulie 1 for 2 last night, and that one hit left the park. His 11th.
He hit a line drive rocket in the second inning.
There's a slider. Ball to strike, 2 out with 2 on here in the bottom of the first. No score if you're just checking in.
Salazar looked a little like Jake Peavy after the last pitch. He was giving himself a pep talk to get on top of it. He's gotten under a lot of those fastballs, and they've stayed up, and a lot of them have stayed out of the zone.
He did not go. Turn him around right here, Paulie.
Oh, that got Jeff Kellogg flush. Fastball. Ooh. That can't feel too good.
2-2. Good job by Paulie. Just to fight that one off.
That was 98 out of the strike zone, and Paul was having to protect.
Nice play by Aviles. Knows he's got time. Takes it, makes the throw. So we have a mild threat. Can't score after one. No score. As Drupal Cabrera, Michael Brantley, Mike Aviles. Here in the top of the second inning. Cabrera takes ball one. He was 1 for 4 with a home run last night. High fly ball. That ball was jumping last evening. Just a high fly ball that went out of here.
And Santiago has got to keep his pitches to a minimum this inning. But he's missed with the first two. Make that the first three, and none have been close.
And if you want to be treated like a White Sox player, then join former White Sox greats at Chicago White Sox Fantasy Camp, January 13th through the 20th, 2014 at the White Sox Spring Training Facility in Glendale, Arizona. So for information, call 312-674-5398. Here's Brantley. He did not play last evening. Young man has made a mark for himself as far as being a major league player.
He has had a difficult time, however, with left-hand pitchers. Just 12 runs batted in against the lefties, as opposed to 50 against the righties. Goes many more at bats against right-handers. And now with 6 straight bad ones, Ryan Anderson goes out. He wants a word with Santiago.
All right, so you're Steve Stone.
Yes.
A young Steve Stone. Hadn't won the Cy Young yet.
Yes.
Trying to find your way around. Trying to find your way on how to pitch in the big leagues. You had a lot of pitches in the first inning. You walked the leadoff guy here in the second inning. You're up 2-0 on this guy right here. What are you thinking to yourself? How are you going to try to correct this?
Well, I'm going to try to throw a batting practice fastball to Brantley, who's looking fastball, and I want him out in front to hit a ground ball at somebody.
There's the strike.
But again, that was from some experience a few years down the road. Now Santiago has a little experience, not a whole lot. He's still at the phase now where he believes that if he pumps it up with the fastball, he can get people out instead of taking something off the fastball and getting hitters out in front.
That's high and deep into right field. We got a man there. 1 out. But the point that I wanted you to make that you did was the fact that you had a definite thought process. You just weren't trying to throw a strike. You had a definite thought process.
And that's also, I mean, catchers can help you. The pitching coach can help you in that situation. But it could very well be, and I don't know for sure, and we won't know because I doubt if he would admit to it. There's been some times where Hector probably is dealing with a bit of a tired arm at this point. He's trying to get the same velocity, but doesn't have the same little hop to it.
I agree with you there. I agree. I think a lot of our young guys right now, they passed their high water mark of years past. New territory, and they've got to learn how to compensate for it. Now, if you wanted to transpose this into a young hitter who's struggling at the plate, who's been swinging at high fastballs like the 97, 98 mile an hour that Salazar has, then what you have to do is you have to walk into that box saying to yourself, he's got to get it down. I'm going to make him get it down. That's got to, you got to have a definitive thought in your mind, because you're not going to get it upstairs at that. Stay in here. Come back. It won't.
Last night, the wind was completely different, and that one would have blown back in the field of play. This afternoon, the wind just took that ball out, and Mike Aviles has another life. Don Cooper was talking in the dugout to the other coaches about the delivery of Hector Santiago and what apparently is not going right for him to this point. Doesn't mean he can't correct it.
Last time out, I saw him hit 92 a few times. That was 92 right there. And the reason that both Steve and I both feel like his arm might be a little tired, even though he might not want to say so, is the fact that he can hit 95, 96.
And do that consistently. But also when you are a little bit, let's say, past it in the innings in a given year, your control is going to suffer first and foremost.
Well, in their situations, young pitchers in the big leagues, you touched on it a while ago. They think more, and when I say more, I'm talking about velocity. More is better, when in reality, less is better when you're struggling with your control.
You have to teach them that the fastball can be 2 or 3 different pitches, not just one. And that's by moving the ball in your hand.
Here you go. 2 down.
Second strikeout to go along with a couple of walks, and he throws a high fastball by him. So even at 92, if you can get this ball inside and up, you can throw it by some hitters.
Drew Stubbs will be the next hitter. He was 3 for 4 last evening. Young man with a lot of talent, just can't get it going. That fastball at 90. And that's down low. Now too much time. Cabrera 7 for 10 in stolen bases, has a decent lead. Grabs a strike with that changeup, and the count 1-2.
Drew Stubbs from the University of Texas, 3-time All-American, and probably even more impressive, 2-time academic All-American. Cincinnati
that might be his problem.
I don't know, but Cincinnati thought they were getting themselves.
That might be his problem.
One of the great guys to come along in a while.
He's too smart.
Sometimes it does get in your way.
Well, what happens, you know, you've seen it before, I have too. And this is, I'm not being negative towards Drew, because you know what I think of his ability. His ability is way, I mean, he hasn't even come a scintilla of touching his ability. But sometimes you outdumb yourself. You think too much.
Well, there are both hitters and pitchers who can get and have gotten over analytical, and it's wound up getting in their way.
Oh, I've seen a lot of players with tremendous talent did not make it just because of that reason. But that was the 52nd pitch he's thrown. We go to the bottom of the second inning.
And that is single season strikeout leaders among left-hand pitchers. Gary Peters has the record. Wilbur Wood is second. I think that Chris will fly by both of them, with Gary Peters at 205. So he's first and fourth. Chris probably will be number one in history with a couple more starts, or maybe next time out. brought to you by Xfinity Home.
And that ball hit hard, but right at Drew Stubbs.
You
So
can get
Garcia's retired.
You can get peace of mind with Xfinity Home, the total home security and home control solution that keeps you more connected to what matters most.
Gary Peters was tough. A tough left-hander. He was about 6 inches quicker at the plate than he looked from the side.
Well, that was a time for the pitching staff of the White Sox where they were pretty tough up and down that starting rotation.
Well, in 1967, of the 4 teams that were running for that pennant, which a lot of people still say that's the greatest pennant race in the history of the game, when you had Minnesota, Detroit, White Sox, and the Red Sox all within bunched up within 1 game of each other for about 4 or 5 weeks. As he strikes out, there has to be no chance up there, but there was no question who had the best pitching. White Sox. They just couldn't score. White Sox couldn't score. And overall, they didn't catch it that well.
Well, if they stayed in the race long, there had to be a whole lot of guys striking people out.
They were tough. I mean, you go in there, and it was 1-0, 2-1, 1-0, 2-1, maybe 3-2 occasionally. You just couldn't score off those guys. Peters, that's great slider he had. He wanted to tear your, if you're a right-handed hitter, your right kneecap off. Yes, he did. Tank at 259, 12 homers, 50 knocked in. Yeah, that was a tremendous pitching club. Two out, 1-2 the count. Wonder if Tank pull that, touch that oblique again.
Well, he swings hard enough with each and every swing that I'm surprised he not done more of it. And just about the time you think that the Yankees probably have run out of guys to get hurt, Brett Gardner sent back to New York with an oblique problem. And so the Yankees making every effort they can and staying right there, and yet seemingly on a daily basis they lose somebody else.
He just blew him away right there at 99. And we're into the 3rd.
lottery, and a lot of you realize that there's some money to be won. There's a couple of big jackpots, and we'll tell you about that in a minute. But first of all, with Victor, I want to know just exactly what the Illinois Lottery does for the state of Illinois.
Well, great question. What the lottery does, it's the provider for the common school education in Illinois and also specialty projects. We're also responsible for the roads and bridges here in Illinois. So we have a thing called the Common School Fund, where 100% of the proceeds from the lottery goes towards those causes, as well as specialty funds like the HIV tickets, the breast cancer tickets, the MS tickets, and the Veterans Awareness tickets. So the lottery is a great thing for the state of Illinois.
Now, I was shocked to find out that I did not win any of the lotteries at any time during the course of my life. However, you did present a $100,000 check today because we have some of the winners at the ballpark.
Yes, indeed. One of our lucky winners won $100,000 in our new Lucky Day Lotto drawing. They're actually here, great Sox fans, so they're enjoying the game today. But they're a $100,000 Lucky Lotto Day winner, so we're glad they're here.
Now, tonight we've got Mega Millions, and that's a $119 million jackpot. And then tomorrow, of course, there's a Powerball, and that's more a national lottery, but we benefit from that also, but that's $317 million. So you go in, you get these tickets. Now, it does create a lot of tax problems, doesn't it, if you win?
Well, you know, I think that's the luxury, even if they win. But what we tell people, we got fabulous games tonight, the Mega Millions, tomorrow the Powerball. You know, the key is sign the back of your ticket. That's what we instruct our winners and our players to do, just in case that lucky winner's in Illinois. So 2 great games, somebody's a millionaire waiting to happen.
Well, Victor, thank you very much for coming here and representing the Illinois
Thank
Lottery.
you.
And hopefully somebody in our viewing audience will win this one.
Get your tickets.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and to the count to Swisher. Swish walked his first trip. Well, one thing about it, you can't win unless you play.
That's exactly right, and that's why I'm splitting your tickets with you.
Yeah.
You said you bought them already, right?
Got them this morning.
Okay, well, I'll give you $5.
And you won't have.
And I want, I'll tell you what, I'll only take 40%.
I know. Well, you know, there's a comeback, but it's a holiday.
it's getting there, yes.
2-2.
With the amount of pitches, we will get there.
Outfield slightly to the left. And there's a base hit.
Chris Antonetti got Nick Swisher for more than just what he could contribute both defensively and offensively to this team. They got him because he came from a winning tradition with the Yankees, and he also played on some very good Oakland teams. So they felt that they needed a guy who could, well, be a character. He does bring that, but have character, and he does have that. And he's really helped make this team a little bit better.
Kipnis called out. Yeah, Nick's an asset, and that's how you evaluate players. Are we a better team with him or without him?
It hasn't been a great year for him. That being said, he has come through and will come through with some big hits.
Well, general managers are, I think, now at the doorstep, so to speak, of understanding, especially guys who did not play in the major leagues, of understanding just what chemistry is.
Well, it certainly helps if you're not going to be overwhelmingly talented, and most teams aren't. I mean, there's talented teams around, but if you're not going to be one of those teams that's 12 games better than the rest of your division, you better have fairly decent chemistry.
Well, give me 25 guys that want to win a baseball game that are in the big leagues, or else they wouldn't. They have some talent, or he wouldn't be in the big leagues. So give me 25 guys that want to win a baseball game, as opposed to 25 guys who have more talent, a lot more talent, who are first and 15thers.
One of the best examples, and it's in the National League, but they learn how to play baseball from when they put on a Cardinal uniform and understand, when they get to the major leagues, a team concept. And they won't bring in players unless they're guys that understand team concept.
Ouch.
And year after year, regardless of how many guys they lose or how many injuries they have, the St. Louis Cardinals have been a competitive team. And they've brought guys up through their system.
Well, they're the equivalent, the bookend of the Minnesota Twins. I don't know if the Twins are still doing it, but they used to, all their minor league players at every level, they had to put their lockers in a certain way. As he gone, strikes him out for the second time. They had to arrange their lockers. Everybody had to arrange them the same way. Shoes had to be in this place. Your dob kit had to be there. Your shirt here, pants there. That was just one of the things they did. And what it is, it's a discipline thing.
Discipline
it's a routine.
And a team concept.
Yes, everybody had to do the same way.
Team concept.
Here's Santana. First pitch strike. Now, when I first started back in 1959, we all had to arrange our nails the same way.
You didn't have a locker.
Because we didn't have lockers. We had a nail on the board.
That'll show you the transient nature of the business.
Two out, 1-1 to count. Santana helped Hector out his first at bat. 3-2 count. There were a couple of guys on, one out. Swung at the pitch well off the outside corner.
If he takes that pitch, it's a completely different inning because it loads him up, and now you've got some big problems with Rayburn and Cabrera. As it turned out, they were out of the inning as Rayburn tapped one back to Hector.
And that's not popped up. So Swisher into third on the sharp single to right by Carlos Santana.
Santana crushes this high fastball away. He's a product of the Los Angeles Dodger organization. And there's an example of how you make deals that will help one ball club immediately and another ball club down the road.
Casey Blake.
Casey Blake was a guy that the Dodgers felt at the time they needed to get them over the hump, give him a dependable guy who could hit the ball pretty well. And the cost was Carlos Santana, who was a young catcher in their system, and they knew he'd be a pretty good player. But they had an immediate need. Well, Cleveland has benefited from that trade for quite some time.
So here is Rayburn. High, he just missed it. Boy, he just missed that high changeup. That was 1/32 of an inch from being a 3-run homer. Meanwhile, we'll go to the bottom of the third, still scoreless. Baseball blog at WGNTV.com, sponsored by Jeff Vukovich, your local nationwide insurance agent serving the area for over 34 years. So to join the nation, visit JeffVuk.com because Nationwide is on your side. Brian Anderson. 0 for 6 since being called up. And if you're just tuning in, this young man out there, Danny Salazar, might have the best release of any pitcher in the American League.
Well, you'd certainly love to see him get to that 85 or 90 pitch mark sooner rather than later, because his stuff, at least early in this one, has been close to overwhelming. Now, the second time around, if he doesn't get the off-speed pitches over, hitters might have a little better shot, but their first look has not been terribly successful.
Well, if there's one guy that we've seen that can be a one-pitch pitcher and get by with it, is Salazar. If he can spot it at all.
Pretty lively fastball.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you know, when you see a guy like this, you're on the on-deck circle. You see it, you know it's quick. Then all of a sudden you step in that box, and he throws you first ball fastball. Then you have to step back out and reevaluate.
Well, as I've told you many times, I wasn't much of a hitter. I hit an even 100, and that was because I got some good breaks. But there was a guy named James Rodney Pritchard who pitched for Houston, and I faced him, and it was absolutely frightening because at 6'8", his stride almost took him to the grass, but more than that, you couldn't see the ball in his hand. His hand was so big you couldn't see the ball, and he'd release it fairly easily. It just exploded in the catcher's glove. Now, a normal hitter wouldn't feel what I felt, which was abject terror, but the fact that the ball was going that quickly and the slider at 92 was so hard, it was not fair. He shouldn't have been able to face pitchers.
Jordan walked his first trip. Abject terror, huh?
Yes. Because I thought he could end my career. Of course, at the time, it wasn't much of a career, but I still believed that he could have ended it before it really got a chance to do anything. He came up, second game of doubleheader in Candlestick Park, struck out 15 in his first major league start.
2 down. That is 4 in a row punched out by Salazar.
4 in a row and 6 overall.
Yeah, this guy has got something special out there in that release. As we talked earlier, Namath had it in football. He could just go back set, take one step, flick it, and the ball goes 60 yards with the easiest little flick. Marcus struck out his first trip. And there's a base hit on a breaking ball. How about that? Attaboy, Marcus.
That was that straight change, which acted like a splitter, but he got it up. And Marcus was able to make good solid contact. So now a base stealing threat aboard.
So here's Alexei. That fastball at 98.
You would think that if Marcus is going to run and he's going over to talk with Darryl Boston, so if he has been given the steal sign, not a good thing to do is talk to the coach. But 0-2 might bail the hitter out if he is going.
Alexei with a couple of good rips. That fastball at 98. And there's a base hit on a high fastball. So 2 out, 2 on. And here's Adam. Adam struck out his first trip. Adam, you got to make him get it down. Kipnis out there in short right field. Outfield straight up. Spread out about equidistant.
Stubbs has a very good arm in right field. Bourne, not so much in center. Brantley, pretty accurate in left, although not overwhelming. But it won't matter if Salazar keeps the ball up there.
No.
And if Adam keeps swinging at it.
Two on, 2 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Game 2 of this 4-game set. Tomorrow, Andre Rienzo against Ubaldo Jimenez in that game right here over WGN. Seven strikeouts and still no score.
by visiting WGNTV.com and click on the Game Zone banner for updated stats and information. The Game Zone is powered by St. Xavier University. Success with purpose. Log on to sxu.edu to check out undergrad and graduate degree options. A low pitch inning should be on the agenda for Hector this inning because he's at the 74 pitch mark as we head into the fourth.
Here's Cabrera. He walked on 4 pitches leading off the second inning. Totals on the board identical at 0, 3, and 0. Two and one.
Pretty decent off-speed pitch. Tried to keep the screwball away, but he caught part of the corner inside and didn't get the call.
And that's foul.
A little overcast this morning, but it's turned into a very bright, sunny afternoon. It's moved from the high 50s to 61 degrees. Just a gorgeous day in Chicago.
That ball hit hard. There was that change up, got it up out over the plate. So the leadoff single.
Infinity pitch tracks, and Hector didn't want to get it there. Probably was in a good enough spot plate wise, but he got it up higher than he would want.
Here's Brantley. Eichel went out to Jordan Danks. Ate him up. Marcus. One out. And you can bring your family to the ballpark for our all-new Family Sundays presented by the University of Chicago Medicine Comer Children's Hospital. Tickets start as low as $5 and parking is just $10. Now, on September 15th, former White Sox player Manslaw will be on the concourse from 11:30 to 12 signing autographs, and the Sox and Comer Children's Hospital teaming up to promote a healthy lifestyle and combat childhood obesity. So 866 Sox game or whitesox.com.
The Indians hoping their ace, Justin Masterson, is able to come back from an oblique problem. Hasn't pitched since September 2nd. And although obliques do give a whole lot of players a lot of trouble for a long time, they're hoping that he can come back a lot sooner than they believe.
Well, I had one for 6 years. But having one and being very familiar with it, I just can't see how a pitcher can do anything when he's got a bad oblique. It's a mind game. This area gets a tremendous jump. So that's his 8th stolen base in 11 attempts.
And
I just don't see how a pitcher can do anything.
It'd be very difficult with all the trunk rotation you have to do. And a heads-up play by Aviles in that he saw the jump that Cabrera got, and it was a great jump. So he takes the pitch, and not much of a chance at second base to get it.
That boy Marcus. And that ball hit in the right center field. Cabrera going to tag. Good throw by Jordan. Meanwhile, 2 down. Yeah, oblique is bad enough for a hitter, but you can play through it a lot of times if you convince yourself up front. You know what's going to happen when you swing the bat. You know it's going to hurt, but if you got to go out there and you got to throw 100, whatever, how many pitches, can't do it.
Well, this could be the type of injury that if they weren't in the wild card chase, they might just shut him down.
Yeah, they would.
But
yeah,
it's too important at this point. You take your pitcher who's 14-10, made 29 starts, has had just an overwhelming year. Strike out an inning, and if he can't go to the post, you've got a problem.
well, he's made a believer out of our guys.
He could always
And
get the
you and
right-handers
I.
out. Oh yeah, he could always get the right-handers out. But we've seen him just about as good as anybody in the league a couple times against our ball club.
One and one to count the Stubbs. Hit a comebacker to Hector. And that's trouble. 1-0 Cleveland.
RBI number 42 for Stubbs, who didn't get a whole lot of it, but got enough of it. So the stolen base plays into a fly ball and another 90 feet taken. Turns into a run.
Michael Bourne. Oh, nice pick. Nice play. A little backhand flip by Simeon. But they get on the board, and after 3.5, it's 1-0 Indians. Of the fourth, 1-5-0 for Cleveland. No runs, 3 hits, no errors for our guys. And our guys got their hands full. If you're just checking in with us, this young 23-year-old right-hander Danny Salazar out of Santo Domingo got some kind of live arm. He's got that Nintendo arm. Funny stuff.
Well, everything moves. His fastball can be overwhelming. Let's see if Paul might be able to turn one around if he gets it.
Well, he can. Paulie can turn him around.
He did that time.
Yeah, he can. Paulie can turn a 30-30 around when he's just 100% sitting on dead red. Paulie, when he's healthy, one of the best fastball hitters in the last 25 years in this league.
Salazar went from 94, the ball that got pasted fouled down the line, to 98, the one that was fouled straight back. Again, he's only going to go anywhere from 85 to 90 pitches. Unless they decide to extend him because he's sailing right along.
That one at 98. That's one hopped over into our dugout. It's an off-speed pitch. And that one at 98. Easiest 98 you want to see.
Salazar for the year at 120 innings. So they haven't extended him all that much.
Just watch him. Looks like he could throw all day.
At that age, when your arm feels good, you haven't had a whole lot of injuries yet. It seems pretty easy at times.
Good eye. Throw him a strike right here with that 99. And let's get this game tied up. Payoff pitch. And there's ball 4.
Here's our AT&T UVerse replay. And it's the way the inning ended. Born up the middle. Probably couldn't have gotten to first base, but doesn't have to. With the glove flip and a 4-6 force, a great way to end the inning. Find out what's possible with products and services from AT&T. Rethink possible.
So here's Avisail. He lined out to right field. 2 balls and a strike. And a big White Sox shout out. Happy birthday to Josh Schreck, whose 40th birthday is today, here with his wife and parents. '96. Eight strikeouts.
Nothing fancy about that at bat. Everything was fastballs, and the last one on the outside part of the plate.
So here's Gillespie. He struck out his first trip. If Connor can make him get it down a little bit with that little short, quick swing of his, he can be dangerous.
Well, eventually, Mickey Callaway is going to convince Salazar, and of course, being a young pitcher, he's not doing too much tinkering with him yet. It's convinced him to keep the weight over the back foot and pitch more downhill, because when he misses up. And that's a sign of getting under the ball. It's okay if you throw it by design, but he's been keeping everything up, and a lot of times he's out of the strike zone.
Well, if he leaves his off-speed stuff up, then he's going to get hurt. He can leave that fastball up and not get hurt.
That one got a piece of Jeff Kellogg again, so he's taking a beating behind the plate. And that didn't feel too good. That went right off of Santana. And it's hard to walk that one off if you're Jeff Kellogg.
Yeah, that's the second big shot he's taken. One got him flush in the mask. So 1 out, 2-2 the count.
Nick Hagedorn.
I don't care who it is, bring him on.
And I think our lineup would very much like to see Nick.
That one at 98. And 9 strikeouts now through 3 2/3. Tank struck out his first trip.
Vicietta would love to see him get that fastball down.
And there's the hit in the hole.
If there is such a thing, and you certainly have heard us talk about get me over curveballs, that was a get me over fastball. That was at 94, not close to his best, and that's what he tried to do. He tried to throw strike one, but Viciedo hit it pretty hard. And Terry Francona making the long, slow walk to the mound. He's at the 78 pitch mark. And that's going to be it. So Salazar is going to depart this one. Nick Hagedorn is going to come into it. So as Salazar walks off, we'll step out and be back after these messages. He's 0-1, the ERA 5.40, on for the 34th time. And opponents hitting just .219, which is a very good number. The ERA is up there because of the walks, 18 of them, which is a pretty high number in 30 innings of work.
So Fegley's going to hit for Brian Anderson with 2 on, 2 out. And in the 3 2/3 inning, worked by Danny Salazar, he recorded 11 outs, 9 of them were strikeouts. So here's Josh. Takes ball 1. Paulie at second. Tank at first. Low throw. Nice catch by Swisher, and that'll retire the side. So we have a mild threat, can't score. We're into the 5th, trailing 1-0. Runs, 4 hits, no errors for our Sox here in the top of the 5th inning. And Hector. As Josh Feckley remains in the ball game behind the plate. So it'll be Swisher, Kipnis, and Santana. 2, 3, and 4 hitters for Cleveland. Nick has walked and he has singled. Two and 0 the count. And that was the 90th pitch. So he's going to see 100 before this inning is over.
Yeah, this is going to be the 3rd straight game where he's going to get to 100 and not get past the 5th inning. Jake Petrichka loosening up in the pen.
And the 3-0 pitch. There's one. Oh, the leadoff walk. And Sox fans, tell us what you think and win an autographed White Sox jersey in the process. Visit whitesox.com/survey during today's game. Provide us with your feedback, and you'll be entered with a chance to win an autographed Gordon Beckham jersey. So visit whitesox.com/survey. Kipnis has struck out twice. And there's a base hit, chopped right in the hole. So that leadoff walk is now standing at 3rd.
First time Kipnis has made some contact, and it turns into gold for him. Couldn't have bounced it in a better spot, so Santiago in some problems, and Swisher knows exactly where Danks is set up. If he didn't, he might have hesitated. He doesn't, and coasts into 3rd.
And here comes Robin. Got Santana, the switch hitter, who's more effective as a right-handed hitter. And he wants Petrichka. So, Hector threw a lot of pitches out there, threw 94 of them, healed apart, and we'll be back.
to this, and he's got some problems. He's 1-0 with the ERA 164 on for the 10th time. His stuff has been very good. He's got to deal with Santana, but he'll get a break, turning him around to the left side. And then have to deal with Rayburn and Cabrera, assuming that neither of the first two grounds into a double play. Hector probably a little frustrated. Gave up 6 hits. He walked 3, fanned 3. And once again, for the 3rd straight outing, way too many pitches to survive deep into the game.
Nobody out, runners at the corners. Santana has gone out to right and singled hard to right. Takes first pitch strike. Chops that one foul, so the counter went 2. Well, when you're not in the hunt, and you got a young pitching staff, and you're in the middle of September, the only thing that can get you over the hump, so to speak, is adrenaline. And when you're not in the hunt, there's no adrenaline.
Not too much, but for young pitchers, guys like Petrichik coming up, and
There's
Jake,
plenty for him.
He's trying to make an impression for next year. And with what we've seen of the life on his fastball and the slider when he gets it in the zone, which he has most of the time, he's got good enough stuff to be here.
Big on. Yes, he does.
Big strikeout. Takes a little something off. Josh with a very good stop. Now you're a double play away from getting out of the inning.
Now, if you take Petrichka and you take Daniel Webb, a couple of newcomers. Webb with a big arm. But he's going to have to work on a secondary pitch.
If you're going to hang around that bullpen and that's going to be your lot, you only need 2 good ones.
What new? Rayburn down into the corner. And it's 2-0. So the leadoff walk comes around to score.
That's a slider, and he catches too much of the plate with it, and Ryan Rayburn, as he has done so often against anyone wearing the Sox uniform who happens to be on the mound, he tattoos the ball into left field.
Now the infield in. As here's Cabrera, who has walked and singled and stolen a base and scored. So Rayburn is going to be replaced. So a pinch runner. So Ramirez going to run for him.
Ramirez is very quick.
And that fights that one off. A ball is striking out here in the top of the 5th inning. Gillespie at third, Ramirez at short, Simeon at second, Canerco at first. Two and two. And that's a souvenir left side. And as we mentioned, some other action taking place later on. Everything else is under the lights. Kansas City at Detroit, Tampa Bay taking on the Twins in the Minnesota. Cubs taking on the Pirates at PNC. The Nasty Nats starting to play. Some really good baseball. See, Ryan Zimmerman's got a big leg kick going for him, and he's just wearing it out.
Well, interesting with the Nationals. Davey Johnson, their skipper, said that he believes Bryce Harper has got to tone down his after making it out histrionics. He's been breaking bats in the dugout and doing a few things like that.
And that hit him.
Now, I know you've always been a proponent of the fiery player. You think Davey might be overemphasizing, trying to rein in his emotions, or do you think it's time for Harper to accept the fact that there are times where he's going to make an out?
I don't know. You've got to be there with him every day to see it and see what's going on. Davey was a fiery player. You know, he didn't break bats, but I mean, Davey was a very competitive guy, very competitive. I mean, but I love to see that. I'd rather have to rein him down than try to jack him up. I'll tell you that. I love what Bryce Harper. I love to watch him play. I love guys who have that emotion.
He's got all the skills to go with that emotion.
And I love what Jason Worth did yesterday, going into second base. To me, that's the way you play the game. You play the game hard. You get upset. And I can't speak because I used to tear up more bats down in that thing than anybody. I used to spend about 10% of my salary every year on telephones and TVs and in the clubhouse. That ball hit into left field. That's going to get another one home. So Kipnis scores, and it's 3-0.
And Brantley does a nice job. That's his 8th sacrifice fly. That's one behind Kipnis, tied with Aviles for the team lead in that department. That very important department is looking for a ball up in the zone in a situation where a fly ball is going to score you a run, and then delivering. So for Brantley, drives in run number 63. That closes the book on Santiago. 4+, 3 runs all charged to him on 6 hits, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts.
And here's Vilas. Yeah, I'd like to have a dozen golf balls for every TV I've fired a baseball through.
Made a big mistake one time in Albuquerque. Went in, was so mad, taken out of a game. Saw this big wastebasket. Went to boot it across what I thought was going to be across the locker room. And it was full to the top. And I booted it, and it didn't move even an inch. I got shin splints for 2 months. So I said, I got to come up with another plan because that one didn't work real well.
Well, you just got to watch yourself. You got to know your limitations. There's a strike.
Well, I didn't expect the thing to, weigh 1,000 pounds. I thought it would just go flying. I envisioned it, but it didn't work out that way.
And that pitch is popped up. Now Paulie's going to take charge, as he should. Let the sure man take it. But they pick up a pair. We're halfway home, trailing 3-0. It'll be the top of the order. Danks, Simeon, and Alexei. Jordan has walked and struck out. So Nick Hagedorn has got himself in position to pick up a win if they can hold it. One and one to count. Talking about fiery players, the managers used to be really fiery and demonstrative.
There's a couple on television now who were just like that. Larry Bow was one who was a very fiery manager. Was a fiery player, carried it over to his managerial stints.
So Alvin Dark, we were in Detroit one day. We lost a doubleheader. And back in those days, the spreads they had after a ball game were very minimal, so to speak, as compared to what they have today.
Today, yeah, it's like a full-course restaurant.
And they used to put the ball bag right by the door, not the door, but the entrance to the hallway, runway to go to the dugout. And Alvin let everybody get upstairs and sit down, and then he walked through that hallway, that runway. They had wooden. There's ball 4. Good way to start. And you could hear his spikes on the wood. Nobody was saying a word. You could have heard a pin drop. Well, he comes up and he sees the ball bag there, and he picks up the ball. And the old Tiger Stadium, remember the walls in the clubhouse? They had, were tiled. He threw this ball, and it hit the wall, came right back and hit him right in the side of the face. He never said a word. He never said ouch, nothing. And we all sat there and almost fell off our stools. But then he goes over to the food table, takes that thing, gets underneath it, and fires it up over the head, and all the food goes flying everywhere. So managers did the same thing.
Well, Terry Francona decides that Nick Hagedorn has had enough. So he's going to go to his bullpen. And it's Brian Shaw coming into the game. It's 3-3, the ERA, 3.76, on for the 62nd time. So he's been pretty durable. Opponent's hitting .230. That's a good number, with just 26 walks and 63 strikeouts in those 64 and 2/3 innings. So the stuff has been good. And Francona realizing that each and every game is of critical importance. So it's not the time to build character, it's a time to accumulate wins. And he decides that Shaw is the man for the job, with a couple of right-handers due in Simeon and Ramirez.
Some other action going on later on tonight. Giants taking on the Dodgers in Dodger Town out in L.A. It's Bumgarner against Kershaw. Clayton Kershaw, 14-8 with a 1.92.
That's a great matchup.
Cardinals hosting the Mariners. Iwakuma against Wainwright. And of course, that big series down in Arlington, Oakland at Texas, Straley against Holland. But right here, we got the leadoff man aboard. We trail at 3-0, and here's Marcus Semien. Marcus, who is 1 for 2. First pitch strike. If you're just checking in with us, we saw some kind of outstanding arm on Danny Salazar, 23-year-old right-hander. Santo Domingo went 3 2/3, gave up no runs, 4 hits, 2 walks, had 9 strikeouts. Breaking ball, check swing, and they're going to get the lead man, so 1 out. And Sox fans, on Saturday, September 28th, come see our Sox take on Kansas City at 6:10. All fans are invited to stay for a post-game fireworks show presented by Great Clips. Great Clips, you know it's going to be great. So the Royals, they're still in the hunt.
They are, but it's going to get awfully tough for them.
Well, at least they got a chance. That's all you can ask for.
They've got to beat Detroit in Detroit. Tigers 44-27 at home. Tigers mere mortals on the road. They're only 5 over 500. But you get them at Comerica, they're a different ball club.
Well, that was the definitive series for Kansas City so far this year. The 5-game series at Comerica Park. They won the doubleheader opening up, and then couldn't do anything the rest of the way. Cabrera beat him a couple times, which is crazy. 2-0 the count to Alexei. There's a bunt. Shaw very quickly off now, bobbles it and can't get it.
So many times we've seen pitchers try to barehand the ball and just miss it. If he gets it, he's going to throw him out easily. He doesn't get it, and he doesn't get him out. It goes sacrifice. E1, even though Alexei was clearly bunting for a hit. It brings a tying run to the plate.
Adam had struck out twice against Salazar. Couldn't get on top of the high fastball from Danny. That cutter. That one in 94 upstairs. 2 on, 1 out. 1-1 the count. Paulie on deck. And the count 2-1. And it's 3-1. Zone him in, reel him in, and light him up.
Showing his first year in the big leagues. Originally out of the Diamondback organization.
Full count.
This one they had a piece of the outside corner.
Just joining us, Cleveland running the 4th, 2 here in the top of the 5th. And there's a 2-hopper. They get Alexei at second, 2 down, runners at the corners. So here's Paulie. And we got our guys down at Birmingham just a win away from the Southern League Championship after they beat Mobile 8-2 yesterday. It's best 3 out of 5. Trace Thompson. He has been doing a lot. Hit a home run, drove in his 8th RBI of the postseason. His 2nd home run of the postseason. Of course, Trace was the one who said, "Don't count us out," before the playoffs started. And he was right. Trey's got a chance to be a good major league player. Paulie didn't like that one. Count evens at 1. And there's a base hit. We'll get on the board.
Cracked bat and RBI number 51. Cuts the lead down to 2 as Paul reaches out. Takes it out of the strike zone. And drives home the first run of the ball game.
So here's Garcia. He is lined out hard to right, and he has struck out. That ball hit hard. Meanwhile, right at him as the Hang Wolf'em. But we pick up 1. We'll go to the 6th, trailing 3-1. It's already here in the top of the 6th inning. Drew Stubbs 1 for 2 with an RBI. Lead things off for the Tribe. Can't get that one. Count evens at 1.
David Percy continues to throw in the bullpen.
Two and two. Stubbs hitting at 236, along with those 9 homers and 42 knocked in. Got that fastball in on the fist. One out. And Sox fans, join us tomorrow, September 14th at 6:10 p.m. for Halfway to St. Patty's Day and post-game fireworks presented by Miller Lite. Also, the first 20,000 adults aged 21 and over will receive a green White Sox cap. So purchase tickets today by visiting whitesox.com/SPD. So Robin is out. Trichka is gone. Percy is in, and we'll be back.
Nine. 21 innings, 13 hits, 19 strikeouts, 17 walks. And he's going to look at Michael Bourne and try to keep the speedster off base.
Bourne is 1 for 3, had an infield single leading off the ball game. Takes it up, takes a strike. 3-7-1 for their guys, 1-5-0 for our guys.
That'll get you out of there in a hurry. Bourne was robbed of a hit last time. Terrific play by Marcus Semien as he went up the middle, a backhand flip, and got out of the fourth with only 1 run scored.
One and two the count. Breaking ball. Two down. And that'll bring up Swisher. Nick has walked twice, singled, scored a run. 3 for 7 in the series.
You think we're ever going to see the time again in the major leagues where most of the leadoff hitters have around a 400 on base percentage, or is the straight leadoff hitter, the guy that walks a lot, gets base hits here and there, is that kind of gone by the way of the new culture?
I think so. I mean, you'll always have, you know, room for that one guy you're talking about, sure. But not many of them, because guys are just, the culture is different, as you just mentioned. And you're getting guys today, there's a scoop, peg, and a nice play. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. We need 2 to tie.
Provided by 97.5 FM ESPN Deportes, Chicago's first and only FM Spanish language sports radio station.
Let's get some runs. Gillespie. Viciedo. Fegley. Connor, certainly glad to see Danny Salazar is not out on that bump.
With his stuff, there's a whole lot of our guys.
You told me about him a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, the Cleveland's got a good one. There's a few, and there's some really great arms that have come into the league this year.
Yeah, that's one out. We're getting so many good young arms coming into baseball. We're getting so many good young players, you know, your Bryce Harpers and your Trouts. I mean, on and on and on. And we're seeing just talented guys. Talented, really talented guys coming into the game of baseball.
Well, Cody Allen is one of them. He's a pretty good one. But there's an opportunity now, a better opportunity maybe than ever before. I don't know how long it will last this way until, you know, we're filled up with this tremendous wave of young players coming in, and eventually you're going to run out of spots. But right now is just a great opportunity to play baseball and come to the major leagues because of the lack of talent.
Well, they're getting a chance because they have talent. As he had it, dropped it. Pops in and out. That should be a no play. Even though he had the ball, he'll tell you he should have caught it. But, you know, getting back to your question as you're taking another look at it, they ruled it a no play. But I'd like to know the percentage of strikeouts on leadoff hitters today as opposed to, say, 25 years ago. It's got to be more than, you know, at least 2 to 1.
I think the completely different philosophy of leadoff hitters.
Well,
What
and
they
one of
will
the
accept
reasons,
now.
Steve, in my opinion, are managers. You got a lot of managers today that are afraid of the players. They don't want to cause any shakeup, and they just let them swing the bat. Now, I love a 3-0 offense. Don't get me wrong, but not from a leadoff hitter.
But now you're going to see a lot of leadoff hitters at 350, 360 on base percentage, and there's an easy ground ball to second base. So 2 outs in the inning. But it used to be where leadoff hitters universally across the league were 380 to 400, maybe a little bit higher, 405, 410 on base percentage, because they drew a whole lot of walks, didn't mind getting hit, the old taking one for the club philosophy, but didn't want to swing the bat because they wanted to see how many pitches they could get and how many pitches their team could see from the starting pitcher, especially the first time up.
Bagley. Well, that didn't take long. We're into the 7th. A lovely day. A little chilly. It's 58 as we speak. Got a lot of cloud cover.
And blanket weather.
As here's Kipnis to face David Percy. Kipnis 1 for 3 with a run scored. You know, when I talk about the managers, a lot of managers, the majority of managers are not afraid of the players. The majority. And the majority of managers are less of a majority, so to speak, are not afraid of the press. But you do have managers that are afraid of players and the press. And consequently, what happens is that manifests itself into more or less the ball club running itself.
Well, it's the let them play philosophy.
Well, that's what they say.
Yeah, it's a, you know, we're going to let them play.
That's what they say. Yeah. Two and two the count.
With Kipnis' ability to steal bases, if you want to keep this a 2-run game, you'll keep him off base.
Kipnis has become a game changer. He gone. 78 RBIs,
Well, 3 strikeouts today. The one time he did get a base hit, he wound up scoring the 3rd run of the game. Keeping him off base is the key. He's one of their premier base stealers, and now it's when the shadows do come into play, because with the pitcher immersed in sunshine and the hitter obscured by the shadows, it can't be all that easy to see it.
Santana takes strike 1. He's 1 for 3. Fly out to right, a single, and a strikeout. Now, outfield for the most part straight up, about equidistant. Now time called. Hickey plans to be with us tomorrow night. 6:10 start. Fireworks. As he hung on now. Santana's
saying that the ball hit the dirt.
Hit the dirt.
And here comes Terry Francona. He's going to say the same thing. He also wants to make sure that Santana does not get rung up. Usually what a manager will say is, can he get some help? I think Jeff Kellogg is saying, I saw it. We'll watch it again. Breaking ball down.
Two out. And here's Jose Ramirez, switch hitter. In Babe Rayburn's spot. Rayburn, RBI double in the 5th inning. What new? Couple of years, 3 years from now, we might be able to have changed that to Miguel Rayburn.
Yeah, there'll be a whole lot of people that will remember the kind of career that he put together.
Ball hit hard right at him. Couple of strikeouts. Nice inning for Percy. 7th inning stretch. It's 3-1 Indians. Bottom of the 7th inning in a 3-1 ball game. Unfortunately, they have the 3.
Cody Allen comes in the game at 5-1. His ERA 2.71 on for the 68th time, so he's been a very busy man. Now he's been called on 4 times to try to save games and been effective 50% of the time, but opponents hitting just 231. Anytime you have more strikeouts than innings pitched, and he does, you've got pretty good stuff. And he does have that also. So he's really taken the spot for the last couple of years that was occupied by Vinny Pastano. He's the setup man for Chris Perez.
That Brian Shaw is not bad.
Oh, Brian Shaw's got pretty nice stuff. He was the second-round draft pick of the Diamondbacks, and so when you're the 58th player chosen in the draft, you got to figure that you've got pretty good tools.
Top of the order for us: Jordan Danks, Marcus Semien, and Alexei. And that's a good way to start it. The more you see of Jordan Danks, the more you like Jordan Danks. And you can join the Sox Pride Club, the official online fan club of our Sox. For members-only ticket opportunities, also a special membership gift and commemorative photo, as well as exclusive perks throughout the season, all for just $29.95. So SoxPrideClub.com to join today.
The Jordan Danks that we've seen over the last probably month and a half is a completely different guy than we saw before that. Because now when he gets his pitch, he's not fouling it off, he's not missing it, he's hitting it hard somewhere. And if he can just lay off the high fastball, which he's been doing a better job of, he makes good solid contact. And he's got the speed and the defensive ability to be in the mix next year.
He should be.
Yes, sir.
From what we've seen, you can just take the previous call-ups that he's had and just more or less put them aside, because he never got really an opportunity at all.
No, and when he did, you know, when you play every day in the minor leagues, suddenly you get called to the major leagues. You're playing once every 5 days, once every 6 days. Sometimes you're getting a pinch hit against a top quality setup man or closer, and you just look overmatched, as Jordan did. He does not look overmatched at all this year.
0-2 the count to Marcus. There he goes. Santana, bad throw. But he had a good jump. He was going to steal it anyway. So he's now 7 for 9 in stolen bases. I think that's what they're going to be looking at going into spring training, Stevie, as you and I have discussed. I think they're going to be, first of all, as we've talked about many times, you don't need big, strong guys in this ballpark to hit home runs.
No, you don't.
What you need is people to catch the baseball and people who can run. And I think that's, hopefully, I think that's the way that ball hit into, and that's going to fall for a base hit. So Marcus picks up his second hit. He's 2 for 4. Let's see some speed, some stolen bases, and that kind of baseball from youngsters. Yes.
Well, there are very few advantages to having a very bad year. One is obvious: you get a higher draft pick. The other is there's a good chance that there's a lot of openings for young players coming into next spring, depending on, you know, what they decide to spend and what kind of deals are made. As Mickey Callaway takes that long, slow walk to the mound to meet with Allen, who's given up a couple of hits. But that being said, for a young person in this organization now, this is a nice time to be here, because there's not a whole lot of positions that you would say it's locked down, it's definitive. Nobody has a chance to win that spot, and so we might have a place for you at AAA, or you'll be included in a trade someplace else. I mean, look, I know you weren't in the minor leagues all that long. I was there a couple of years, but we used to pay pretty close attention to what was happening on the major league team to see if there was going to be an opening, where it would be. And I don't think it's any different today.
It's more closely scrutinized and scanned today.
You have more ability to see what's
That's
going
exactly
on.
right. And plus, you have agents.
You have a few of those, yeah.
So here's Alexei. Runners at the corners, nobody out. Alexei 2 for 2 with a sacrifice bunt. That fastball at 97. Cody can get it up there.
Pretty good arm for a guy drafted in the 23rd round in 2011. 697 other guys were drafted ahead of him.
Another one at 97. Whistle that one right on by it. That's low. So Marcus, who's at first base, had 24 stolen bases this year between Birmingham and Charlotte.
Taking a long look over at Joe McEwing. He goes through his set of signs.
And he's telling him not to get doubled up on a line drive. Check your outfielders. Ball hit hard.
Good base running on both ends of it. Ramirez scalded that ball, bidding for his 3rd hit of the day. But as we've seen a few times this year, on plays very similar to this, one or both of the base runners would be off the bases. But Danks and Simeon both started to go back to the bag just as Cabrera was catching it, and he had no play. And you see Marcus right back to the bag, Jordan Danks right back to the bag, and Terry Francona right out to the mound. So that's going to be it for Allen, and he'll walk out, and we'll step out and be back after these messages.
Just is not good enough. That's why Camarena only offers award-winning 100% blue agave tequila. Camarena tequila, the official tequila of our White Sox.
And we got a new pitcher in the game, and it's Mark Zipchinski. And of course, it's sounds just like it's spelled. RZEPCZYNSKI.
Where's AJ when you need him?
He comes out of the St. Louis organization. That was the last team that he was with. Had a pretty good run at it with the Tribe since coming over from the National League. ERA of 117, on for the 18th time.
So here's Dunn. Adam 1 for 4 against the southpaw, and that one hit left the ballpark. Sweeper 1-0.
Zipchinski last year appeared in 70 games, as so often happens for those guys that are setup men. They get used a lot more than the closers, and he was having a tough time of it with St. Louis. His ERA 7.84 with the Cardinals.
So Marcus picks up his first major league stolen base easily.
On a sweeping breaking ball, and with the speed of Jordan Danks at third base, there was no way that Santana was going to throw through. So it sets up the two tying runs in scoring position, and Marcus with a good jump and no play.
Marcus is going to be a good player. He is a good player right now.
Looks like he's got a pretty good idea about how to hit.
Yeah, he's got a nice approach. Southern League MVP. Won the MVP in the Southern League. That's quite a nice credential to have. They got a lot of talent in that league.
And with the 3-0 green light. Not exactly the pitch that he would be looking for. About 4 or 5 inches inside. There's another one 4 or 5 inches inside.
Full count.
He swung at 3 pitches, all out of the zone. And no contact. The third of 3, as you see by the Xfinity pitch tracks. Not a one was close.
So Mark does his job. He departs, and we'll be back.
ERA 3.39 on for the 50th time. He's not an overwhelming strikeout pitcher. And Paul has the lone run batted in for our boys this afternoon, with a chance to tie the ball game with a base hit here.
So with first base open, even though he's a go-ahead run and Garcia on deck, we'll see how they want to approach Paulie. Breaking ball low and away. Paulie has faced Albers 7 times, has 3 hits, which I'm sure that Francona knows that.
Well, if you trust your pitcher's control, and Albers has pretty good control, even though Garcia's a good young hitter, Paul's been driving in big runs for a long time. I would be very careful with him, and if I had to pitch around him, it wouldn't break my heart to see him on first base where I Terry Francona.
Made a good pitch on 2-0. Paulie didn't like it. Don't blame him. Talking about the hit. And the count's 3-1. Make it be yours. Something you're looking for. Outfield straight up.
That ball was just off the corner, but in the shadows, it's tough to pick up the spin of that slider. And as you can see, he's really been careful with him. For the most part, pitching around him, but Paul identified the last pitch as a fastball, and it moved away at the last instant.
Well, he's not going to give in to him right here either. Ducks on the pond, 2 down. And that'll retire the side. So we threaten, we can't do anything with it, and we'll go to the 8th still trailing 3-1.
Indians leading 3-1. Hits tied at 7. The Indians have made the only error of the game, and Danny Salazar was most impressive, but the pitch count got him 3 2/3 and 9 strikeouts. And our Sox have left 10 on base. Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Honda dealers, as reliable as the cars themselves.
Yeah, if you miss Danny Salazar, that's about the easiest 98 99 you're going to see. That release he's got is, as I said earlier, reminds me of July 4th, 1995, when a young man named Mariano Rivera made a start against us, went 8 innings, giving up no runs, 2 hits, and struck out 11 with that release.
Well, you can see where the Indians are thinking that that rotation for next year is looking pretty good. Now that they have straightened out Ubaldo Jimenez. Kluber, when his finger is good, has got terrific stuff. He didn't have his best stuff last night and still won.
Cabrera checks it up. Paulie taking himself. Yeah, that's Salazar. Really impressive. Brantley 0 for 2 with a sacrifice fly. Picked up his 63rd RBI. To know the count. Yeah. Go home tonight and watch that Oakland, Texas game on my iPad.
It's a huge game for Texas. It's one that Oakland would like to win. It's one that Texas has to win.
That'll be a good one. Popped up and not going to be playable. Tomorrow night, 6:10. Game 3 of this series. Andre Rienzo with a big bounce back start, his last one against Ubaldo Jimenez. And we'll have that game for you right here over WGN if you can't make it to the ballpark. But 6:10 start with beautiful fireworks after the game. There you go.
That ball had the top of the zone. Brantley didn't like it, but a good call by Jeff Kellogg.
Well, Jeff's had a good game behind the plate, except for the 2 shots he's taken.
Yeah. That ball had the upper part of the zone. And if you're going to either catch or umpire, every 4 days you're going to take a couple of good shots.
Well, this is a good crew. Schreiber had a good game last night, and just to finish it, he had a good game. 14-3, and it was long.
A lot of pitches.
A lot of pitches.
But he also had a big advantage, as a lot of them did not get to the catcher.
Hits a mound, bounces over. So another nice inning. That's 8 in a row retired by David Percy. Is celebrating 5 years as your #1 mobile app for live baseball. It's available for iPhone, iPad, Android, and BlackBerry 10. AtBat delivers White Sox baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, breaking news, video highlights. MLB.tv premium subscribers can get AtBat premium features for free and watch live games. So text AtBat to 31826.
Joe Smith comes into the game at 6-2. His ERA a fine 2.38 on for the 64th time. 7th Indian pitcher of the afternoon. There you look at some very impressive numbers. And because of that delivery, he is mighty tough on the right-handers.
He has been against us. For a guy who's submariner like that, against us, I don't know about the other teams, but he has hung very few sliders.
Well, that's what you're looking for. If you're going to drop down, you want that ball over the inside part of the plate if you're a right-hand hitter. Not that far inside. And Ramon Troncoso, who has not been getting a lot of work of late, throwing in the pen.
Ate him up.
And Swisher almost was handcuffed by that throw. A lot of guys who throw from the side, when they throw to first base, they throw over the top. But he threw from underneath, and Swisher, I don't think, saw the ball very well. He's taking out his glasses now, going, well, it was all in the shade, so I don't think I need him at first. Watch it again, and he goes underneath, and Swisher, who's a good first baseman, lost sight of the ball.
Gillespie is 0 for 3, a couple strikeouts and a grounder to first. 3-7-1 for their guys, 1-7-0 for our guys. We have stranded 10 in this game, so we have had some opportunities. Stranded 2 in the first, 2 in the third, 2 in the fourth, 2 in the fifth, and 2 in the seventh. Danny Salazar worked 3 2/3, recorded 11 outs, with 9 of them being strikeouts. One and two.
Nate Jones now starts to throw. You figure if you score 1 run or more, it's Jones. If not, it's probably Troncoso.
Viciedo on deck.
Backdoor breaking ball and might have hooked around the plate, but Jeff Kellogg said it was good enough. Pitch tracks will show you this ball started outside. Cole went Smith's way. Joe Smith is talking to Swisher and made the motion like come in case he bunts. He's not looked at the he's not looked at either the game action, the stat sheet, or any other aspect of Viciedo's game.
He's a pitcher.
Well, yeah, but
Ted was right. Ted Williams was right.
If the tank bunts one here, they're going to call for an investigation.
Base hit. The swinging bunt. That's what Joe was talking about.
Well, he had the right idea, just the wrong guy. Should have been talking to Aviles and not Swisher. But if he gets to the ball quickly, he might have had a play at first base. Once you decide to let it go, then you have to play it out, and it does not spin foul.
So here's Fegley. Takes it right there. Might be the best pitch he gets in the sequence to hit.
Aviles has got to guard the line, because if Smith stays inside, Josh is going to hit it down that way.
Yeah, it's got a piece of that quick breaking pitch. Short lead by Tank. Chopper right to the bag, steps on it, and that'll retire the side. We're into the ninth, trailing by 2.
It comes off the bat of Ryan Rayburn, who drives one into the corner. It capped off a 2-run inning. And Ryan Rayburn drives in run number 52 and is our 4th drive of the game. So Nate Jones comes into this one at just a terrific year. It's a 2-run deficit. ERA has sunk to 3.80, but 84 strikeouts and 73 in the 3rd innings.
Here's Drew Stubbs. Takes it low and away. Drew is 1 for 3 with an RBI in this game, and he is 4 for 7 in the first 2 games. 2-0. And there's the strike. No walks. Come on, Nate.
There is the Indian closer, Chris Perez.
So the leadoff walk.
And you would think, as valuable as an insurance run is here, that Stubbs early in the count is going to be going.
Well, he's 16 for 18.
And even though Bourne is a terrific bunter with 4 sacrifices, might want to let him take a shot against a combination of Jones and Fegley.
Yeah, and then maybe bunt Bourne over the third. There's a strike. Decent lead by Stubbs. All right, boys, you gotta really hurry. Can't get him.
That might have been a vicinity call at second base. But even then, with the speed of Bourne, you couldn't complete the double play.
Well, he hit in one last night. That's only the second one he's hit into all year.
Take another look at it. Just barely beats it at first.
Here's Swish. 1 for 2, 2 walks, a run scored. Bourne took off. Pitch fouled away. Bourne 22 stolen bases and 32 attempts. No chance on that one. And that's out number 2.
Hard biting slider down and in. And Nick, for the first time today, a strikeout victim.
That pitch right there is going to get a lot of left-handed hitters.
We're going to get just about all of them, unless they decide to somehow lay off.
Gibness. 1 for 4, 3 strikeouts. First time he's done that against us. There he goes. He gone. Beautiful peg by Fegley. Yes. And we'll go to the bottom of the 9th. We need 2 to tie.
by Josh Fegley. I mean, he puts it right there. So basically, Bourne tags himself out. He gets a decent jump, not a great one, but the throw might be the best of the year for Josh. And it's out of the inning and on to Chris Perez. He's 5-3 this year, on for the 50th time, 23 of 27 in save opportunities. Control has been good the last couple of years. Respectively, Perez with 36 and 39 saves. And he's got to face the top of the order.
Danks, Simeon, and Ramirez, the first three. Jordan is 1 for 2 with a couple of walks, a single and a stolen base. Fastball at 95, high, right in front of Jimmy Johns, and he makes the catch.
That ball got up in the wind and almost drifted out of the ballpark. Bourne stays right with it. It keeps on going back. It would not have gone out of the ballpark, but would have been a 2-base hit, as Bourne checks exactly how much room he has and leaps.
There's Marcus. He's 2 for 4 with a run scored and also a stolen base.
Perez does have an unusual career path in that he's never started a game in professional baseball. You don't see that very often. He started with St. Louis Cardinals, but even in 2006 in Quad City, not one start. Over 300 major league professional appearances.
And that's going foul and a souvenir. Two down. Well, Perez against us, it always gives you that appearance that he just doesn't care who's got the bat. Get in the box. I want to get after you.
That's the way he's been for most of his career.
And there's a base hit, so that's going to bring the tying run to the plate.
Actually, easily could have been 4 for 4. But he was robbed on a line drive rocket by his Asdrubal Cabrera coming in the 7th inning.
So here's Adam. 0 for 4 today, 3 strikeouts. They're not going to hold Alexei on. He did not go. He's 1 for 5 against Perez. Two 2-0. Paulie on deck. Wave the magic wand here and have Adam get on, and Paulie hit a 3-run home. Just a little get me over breaking ball right there and grabs the strike.
Well, if there is a little bit of a hole in Perez's game, it's the fact that he's given up 8 home runs in 50 innings. So it's not like it hasn't happened before.
Three and one to count. All right. That's part one.
Should see a pinch runner for Adam here representing the tying run. And we are. Alejandro Diaza.
So here's Paulie. Paulie has faced Chris 16 times, has 4 hits. 2 of them stayed in the park.
Outfield about as deep as you can get all the way around in a no double set.
Takes that fastball at 95 up high. All right, Paulie. Drops a breaking ball on him and grabs the strike. Takes it right there. So 2 on, 2 out. 1 and 2 the count. We trail it 3-1 here in the bottom of the 9th. And that's foul. Cues it right off the bat. One time 14. That ball hit hard, but right at him, and this ball game is over. So the Sox try to come back here in the bottom of the 9th. Can't do it. We lose it 3-1, and we'll be back.